Hey there, strangers. It's time for another 2 p.m. PST Twitch stream. I'm your host, Strange Bro Jim. Today we are going to be getting back into our coding stream today. I build the game that I'm designing, that I'm making, GGG, or Ghouls, Ghosts, and Goblins. So, um, we have um, we're at the forefront of actually getting um, our artificial intelligence agents to be moving around the map. So that is what we're going to be kind of focused on today. Um, uh, First thing that I want to do is actually get the uh, agents to move, you know, um, all around the map, or move in different directions. Okay. Um, so, uh, move to the left, move to the right, move, you know, um, you know, to the upper left, upper right, lower left, lower right, that kind of thing. So um, that is what we're going to be kind of focusing on today. Now, it's been a while since I've used um, Unity's code in that fashion, so I'm probably going to be looking up um, the um, I'm going to be looking up how I did it in the um, 2D roguelike and see what I can do, or see what see how they did it again, and see if I can kind of replicate that again. Um, Maybe look to see if there's um, methods that other programmers, developers have done to get the movement handled. Um, so um, So once that's done, then we can start working on pathing a little bit more. Okay. Um, so yeah, here let's go ahead and get this live, so you guys can kind of see what I'm talking about here. So this is eventually what we're going to be kind of looking at now. If there is a better method of pathing, then we're going to need to figure that out. So um, I used A star when I was working, you know, uh, when I was taking artificial intelligence classes. Um, but I mean, that was several years ago. Technology improves, algorithms improves, so someone could have figured out a better method of searching through a map. Um, Maybe. I mean, I'm not gonna say that it's not impossible. Um, there are better mathematicians out there than me. That's for damn sure. um, so um, so while A star might be my fallback, we're gonna try to put in some research to see whether or not there might be something a little bit better than A star. Um, but first, let's make sure that we can actually walk around the map. um, once we can get the movement figured out, um, then we can work on um, the pathing, um, because movement is going to be universal. Okay, and it has to happen within the agent abstract class, and it has to be referenced by all of the agents um, that are associated with said agent, which basically means everybody. Okay, they're all going to be referencing their abstract class of agent to do movement. Okay. Um, Now, um, the there was a um, I did have the thought line of seeing whether or not I can get ghosts to kind of walk through barriers. So, um, so we still have that to kind of um, to consider. Um, Again, I'm not sure if I really want to go about doing that, but um, we're going to go ahead and try to um, we're really going to have to kind of keep an eye on that to make sure that that's um, whether or not that would kind of break gameplay or not. Um, it's a concern of mine, and um, uh, I was trying to figure out if there's ways to make each one of these enemies somewhat unique in their own way, but I'm not 100% sure. Maybe give the zombies some extra, or not zombies, the ghouls some extra health. Maybe give the ghosts the ability to walk through walls. Maybe give goblins the ability to kind of run as a straight line or something like that. I don't know. Um, but we're gonna have to figure out, what we want to kind of tackle with that. Um, so let me go ahead and get um, the 2D roguelike up so that we can look at their movement. So, um, okay, I'm gonna need to update my Unity. They're making quite a number of versions ahead, so I'll need to really kind of look into taking care of that later. All right, so all right, let's see. We're gonna look at the moving objects here. Okay. Okay. Hmm. Okay. Let's kind of move backwards here a little bit, because I was seeing some references to this movement. So let's kind of increase the size of this here. So okay. So okay. So um, just some points to kind of to make here. Um, because um, I want to make sure that everybody is on board on this. So, moving object here, obviously they're trying to make it into something that, you know, um, that's gonna take some movements. But, you know, also bear in mind, they also made it an abstract, meaning that it can be used by other classes, being an abstract class, it can be, um, you can um, make a class. Um, what's the word I'm looking for? God, I'm blanking on the word right at the moment. Um, you can make a class associated with that abstract class, okay, so that it can still kind of use all the values contained within it, okay. This right here is exactly like my agent class here, okay. So let me go ahead and get my um, code up. So um, now they are they are putting the box slider and rigid body within parameters that will be used over and over and over again, which is understandable. They're making the move time. Um, Now, move time could be changed. You know, could be modified. It doesn't have to be the point 0.1 float. Um, but they're um, but that's just kind of how they wanted to address it for now. Um, and that creates this inverse move time. Okay, that's all kind of contained within their start method for now. Um, and these are all pretty much, you know, standard for the most part. I mean, or at least, this is concepts that are like, okay, well, it makes sense. Um, so um, so no worries on that portion. So now they are doing vector threes to affect um, to kind of work on the positions here. Now, transform position, is that indeed a vector 3? Um, Unity. Does that remain in a vector 3 value, or is, because I'm using um, 2D, does it have a problem? No, it's using vector 3. Okay. So which makes sense, okay? That they're trying to make something, encapsulating for everything that you're going to be using this engine for. Okay. Um, while I might be, manipulating in a 2D in 2D direction, moving in along along one axis or the other, that doesn't necessarily mean that the third axis isn't there. It's just I'm not using it. Okay. I don't mean to use it. I don't need to use it. Okay. Um, at least not right now. Um, so we're going to be kind of um, so whatever value we send to the um, to this movement, okay, to this smooth movement as they're uh, referencing there, um, I need to send coordinates that use a vector 3. So I'll have to be ready for that. So, okay, let's see. Now, let's see. Uh, we have the box slider and the rigid body. I don't know why I had them um, commented out, but okay, so that's where we have these come in. So now we have these kind of loaded up, much like how they have their start um, handled here. Now, um, Move time though is something that I'm still not 100%. I okay. So I want to I want to make sure that I'm kind of voicing everything that uh, that is kind of going on in my mind right at the moment. So you're aware. You're not like, what the hell are you not, what the hell are you talking about, Jim? Okay. So um, I'm aware when you're moving a sprite from one location to another, okay, and you're trying to animate it, meaning that you're taking frame by frame, moving it along to from their start position to the end position. You're just gonna have to kind of move it, ever so slightly to that that location that you want it to be at. Okay. Um, so um, but the the amount of time that it takes for that one particular object to go from the start position to the end position, you know, not only do you have the distance, okay, but you have time, okay. It takes a certain amount of time to go from point A to point B, okay. You can totally remove time and just have it go, okay, blip, done. It's just automatic. It teleports, okay. But you're not using any kind of animation that way. Okay, you're basically robbing the whole point of animation if you're just gonna have them kind of flash from one point to another. What's the point of having any kind of animation if you're just having them go from the start position to the end position? Okay. Um, so I understand the importance of time. Okay, and I get the whole move time and inverse move time. Okay. I'm just not quite sure how Unity uses it. That's what I want to make sure that I clarify. Okay. Um, when I was kind of working on when I was doing the 2D roguelike before, I wasn't fully understanding how they were kind of implementing it. What the um, what were they doing that was necessary to kind of create that? Okay. Um, were they kind of dividing that distance from start to finish into like segments of for the time so that after every single portion of time from you know from the start position to the end position it moves a certain distance? Probably. Um, probably. Um, so you're basically taking the distance, you're dividing it into like chunks of time. Okay. So after a particular frame is done, okay, they have basically moved from their initial start for a portion of that distance. Okay, it doesn't actually go all the way, but it's just a slight movement along the path to kind of reach the destination. Okay, so um, that's the reason why um, they use a float move time on here. Which it looks as though I don't actually have anything here yet concerning that. So, um, so let's go ahead and add that in. No, they're actually initializing it straight away. Okay, so they also have the inverse move time, which is interesting. I don't really understand why they have the inverse move time. You know, I get the idea of, you know, one variable, but I don't really understand their needing two under this. Um, because, you know, right at this moment in time, they're not changing the values of the inverse move time at all. Okay. Wish I can kind of scroll down. um, um, yeah, so they're this is basically their entire code right at this moment in time. And as you can kind of see, inverse move time does not change at all anywhere in this code. So why why do they need it? Why use it? It doesn't really make any sense to me why um, you know, why are they having to um, you know, why are they so concerned about this private variable that they constructed, that they made here, and they just use it once? They don't change it at all. Matter of fact, I don't think they change anything in here that um, you know, modifies the inverse move time at all. So what's the purpose of it? I don't really know. I don't, you know, um, you know. So let's kind of take this particular line right here, right? Okay, so um, you know, I'm just kind of thinking out loud here, there, folks. So if you think that you have the answer to what I'm having trouble with, then feel free to, you know, pipe up and say, hey, Jim, you know, this is what they're trying to do. Okay, so but you know, let's put down um, the exact copy um, of their line here. Okay, and I'll kind of show you what I'm talking about. Um, so um, inverse of time times time delta time. Sorry, you guys can't see that, but all right. So this is an exact copy of their one line that actually uses the inverse move time. Okay. So here's what's kind of throwing me off about this. Okay. So they have a line up above saying, hey, float inverse move time is equal to one one float divided by the move time, something along those lines. Yeah, and that's the line that they have up here basically. Okay, wait, enable, no, end, stop that. So, um, so why do they have this? They don't necessarily need it. You know, what they could do is, here, let me copy this line. Okay, we'll do this again. And what they could do is do something like that. Okay, this ensures the fact that you're still kind of doing this kind of calculation. Um, you know, uh, they're doing this kind of calculation within the line. But now that I think about it, okay, so this is an example of what do you value more? Okay, I think I've kind of answered my own question now that I think about it a little bit more. Okay, so let me try to explain. So um, calculations in the code are kind of gone through the CPU, graphics card, so on and so forth, constantly. Okay, you're not seeing it. Okay, um, but just the blinking of this cursor line here. Okay, that's still taking resources from the CPU to manage that. Okay, there's things kind of going on in the background that you're not really seeing. Okay, I have music going on right at this moment in time, and the computer's still handling that. You're just not seeing it. Okay, so um, it's all being kind of handled within the CPU and the graphics card. Now, why do I bring this up? So the this smooth movement here, okay, this gets called. Let me try to get to a point where this smooth movement is called a lot during this particular um, process. Okay, they're starting a coroutine to run this smooth movement. Okay, multiple times, per frame. It's meant to happen in a per frame basis. Okay, um, and so every frame you have this calculation being handled each and every single time. Okay, so it's a matter of time versus space. Okay, how much, hard drive space, RAM space do you want to use to save on the amount of time that it might take? So, um, here's the thing. In this example here, what I'm doing here, I'm doing this calculation here every frame. Now it's a simple calculation kind of thing. I mean, but it's being handled every single frame. This right here is already a single digit value. There's no calculations being done for it. The value is being saved inside of this. Okay, so it doesn't need to be recalculated over and over and over again. Okay, so all it has to do is just this calculation. That's it. Okay, so you're talking about one calculation versus two. Now, that might not seem like a lot to you, okay, but this is happening every single frame. And when you want to try to save, you know, when you're trying to when you're handling different um, factors, different, multiple different threads going on out there, okay, every single frame has some amount of, um, take any kind of game, for example, okay, every single frame that you see has something going on in it, okay, could be the movement, could be music, could be your mouse movement, could be your keyboard movement. It's all being done every single frame during the game. Okay, so what you want to try to do is narrow down the amount of work that you're doing per frame, so it makes things a little bit easier. Um, you're not kind of bogged down um, by multiple different calculations. Um, every single frame. Okay, if you have multiple different for loops and while loops and stuff like that inside of that frame, then you're taking a lot of resources from the CPU and the graphics card to kind of handle everything else. Okay. Um, so you gotta kind of be smart when you're kind of doing this kind of work, because now you're trying to figure out, you know, what what is worth it. Do you care about a position, or do you care about, a couple bits of space, or do you care about more time? Now I understand now I get it. Now I understand why they're doing that initial calculation first. So, um, so, so we can just kind of put this up here. We'll go ahead and put this right here. And there we go. All right. So now when we come down here, we're saving a little bit of time. All right. Go ahead and get rid of that for now. Actually, hold on. Let's go ahead and take this, and we'll move it down to the movement. Okay, for now. Um, Now, let's see. Um, they're doing protected smooth movement. Okay. Okay. So and what I need to do. Okay. So this movement is, they're referencing in move. They're using it protected. Been having some problems with protected, so it's a little odd. Okay. Um, do I actually want this? Don't know what I was trying to do there. I'm gonna go ahead and get rid of that for now. Okay. Let's see. Okay. Okay. So they're creating two values here. Vector start is equal to the agent's position. Vector end, they're doing um, start plus new vector using the values that is being passed into them. So then they do the line cast. They're using the blocking layer, which, let's see, they're not really referencing the blocking layer though right at the moment. So, hmm. Hmm. don't think I really need this. Just gonna go ahead and get rid of it. I'll go ahead and move this back there. Okay, so hmm. Okay, um, so I need to be careful with this here a little bit, okay? Because um, one of the things that I'm gonna have to make sure that that I'm I'm careful about here is the fact that this movement is, you know, in this particular example, the 2D roulette, okay, they're moving from square to square, okay, they're moving from, their start square to their end square, okay. So, um, the and that's exactly what I'm going to need to do. I'm not using squares per se. I'm using hex tiles, but it's neither here nor there. Okay, I'm still using a mentality that I'm still going to need to move from one particular start hex tile to another hex tile. Okay, um, so that's what the whole move is all about. Okay, so the whole um, X and Y direction here. Okay, um, I can't be using the like the tile data or anything along those lines. So I can't really do, I don't want to be bringing up the tile data because it's kind of pointless in this um, in this level of scope. Okay, so um, tile data getting from okay. Let me go ahead and kind of do this here a little bit, just so I don't have any kind of errors going on here. And it's still going to give me an error because it hasn't been initialized yet. So let's just go ahead and add this in. Hey there, Young. How you doing there, bud? Start plus new vector 2 row column and layer mask blocking layer. Okay, I'm coming out that one. And start is the transform position. Okay. Let's see. I don't need that anymore. Go away. Alright. Probably gonna have some errors pop up, so, but kind of, I'm okay with that. How you been doing there, young? What are you up to today? Yeah. Vector2 does not contain a constructor that takes three arguments. Interesting. Okay. Let's see. Turn, move, 0, 0. Um, event, and this move right here, I was initially thinking of just kind of having it kind of move randomly, but might not necessarily need that. Now that I think about it. But we'll leave this there for now. Um, but uh, obviously there's gonna need to kind of be changes on it um, to kind of get it to work the way I need it to. So this right here is all talking about, hey, move to this particular position, this row and this row and column value, um, and get it to kind of uh, uh, get that agent to kind of move along in that fashion, along that particular um, line cast. So um, and this is just meant for moving from one hex tile to another. Okay, so my music stopped. Stop that. Okay. So we're gonna need to kind of work on, um, this is only, you know, from tile to tile. Okay. When I was doing this, I was initially thinking that um, uh, we have the um, artificial intelligence kind of going in a random direction, a random, um, you know, we have them kind of going uh, from their kind of start position to anywhere else on the map. Okay, but that's not really the intention of that, or of movement. Okay, so yeah, I'm not thinking about it. I shouldn't be using that. Oh yeah. Okay, young. Hopefully you have a good day, bud. All right. Interesting that their old code here isn't really working anymore. Oh wait, they don't actually have blocking layer in vector 2. Silly me. That's the reason why. Okay. So come on. Why is Unity having a hard time coming up right at the moment? I don't know. I'll give it a second. So we're gonna be um, we're gonna kind of build the old style of 2D roguelike and um, see if it kind of works with what we got. And if it doesn't, then that's understandable. So the fact that it hasn't popped on up yet is kind of giving me some pause though. Eh, there we go. It's taking a while for it to pop up. Okay, so looks like we have no problems um, with the errors right at the moment in time. Um, so let me kind of show you what I mean by the whole um, tile based and stuff like that. So um, we take our units here, okay, and we want them to move, left, upper right, and upper left, upper right, to the right, lower left, kind of thing. So we're gonna need them to go from one tile, their their start position, okay, where they are currently at upon this move request, okay, going to a new destination, their end tile, okay. That's the whole idea of this particular move, okay. Um, just going from here to say there, okay. And this whole calculation of vector 3, to kind of calculate that kind of direction, that kind of line to get from this position here to that position there has to be determined, okay? They have to figure out the calculations necessary to get from that particular spot to the other spot. Okay, and they're doing it by frame. Okay, they're handling it frame by frame by frame. Okay, so while these guys are animating and stuff like that, that's happening per frame. Um, they're still um, we still want them to kind of have a movement that goes from their initial kind of start to the end. Okay, so um, that's the whole idea of this. So let's go ahead and get back into it. So bring this back up, bring our code back out. Okay, so now they have their gone ahead and kind of move this forward a little bit. So we have like the full code, and the code that they've already made completely. So um, now what they're doing here, they have a protected enumerable numerator. Um, and they call it smooth movement. Um, I'll just rename it smooth move. Okay. And they send in the vector3 and they put end in there. Now, once again, they are taking, now, okay, smooth move, they are, um, they'll return null. Let me go ahead and put that in there. Um, so every front end, the coroutine here is calling smooth movement, with the end calculation here. Now, one thing to take note here is that we start off with a vector 2, but when we send end to smooth movement here, they cast it into a vector 3. Okay, so um, so they do this up here, and then they have the box slider enabled is false, meaning that they're shutting down the box slider around the agent, so that um, so this next part here, hit is equal to physics 2D linecast start and blocking layer, and then box slider enabled equals true. So um, nope. So the what's happening here, okay, if you haven't done the 2D roguelike, okay, the way they explained it is, um, each agent has a collider, okay, something around them that basically says if anything touches this particular box, circle, what have you, around it, okay, it triggers a response, okay, meaning, hey, this is being touched by something else. We have a collision. Um, you know, we need, we're sending up flags saying, hey, we have a collision. Something is happening. You need to handle it. Okay. Um, that's kind of what the whole box collider is all about. Okay. Um, but here's the thing. Okay. What we're doing here, okay, is we're checking to see whether or not this particular um, we're starting from the starting position here. We're starting from the um, uh, we're starting from where they want to go in this case, from the one square to another. Obviously, I can't run it again, so um, we're going from one hex tile to another. Okay, so there's not like a huge gap there. Okay, we're not talking about all the way across the map. Okay, we're just having from one tile to another. Okay, so what's happening there is that it's setting a line from the start position to the end position to see whether or not there's actually something along the blocking layer in this case that might um, actually cause another collision. Okay, um, so we're turning off the collision of the agent, but we're not turning off anything else. We're not turning off any other collisions out there. Okay, meaning that um, if there's like a resource, if there's another enemy, if there's another worker, something along those lines. Okay, this right here will send out a like a search, like it will kind of draw that line out, and if it hits any other box collider, okay, any other box collider of any other like agent or resource or enemy or what have you, okay, it's going to come back and it says, hey, I hit something. Okay, that's the whole idea of this right here, the out raycast hit to the hit. Okay, it's checking to see whether or not it actually this particular movement actually hits anything. Okay, if it does, okay, if there's actually some kind of collision between the two, between from that start line to that end line, okay, then its transform, its value, um, will actually contain something. Okay. If it doesn't, if there's nothing there, then they start the coroutine saying, hey, it didn't collide with anything, so it's free to move from point A to point B. Okay. If point B actually had something, then the hit transform would actually contain a value, and therefore um, they're saying, hey, I can't move. I'm you know this is false. We're having a problem here. Okay. Um, now, um, now here's the thing. I might, um, I might still have the movement happen. Okay. So, just so you're aware, okay. Here's where my thinking is, okay. There's only a few spots on the map where I don't want them to go, okay, where I don't want the movement to happen, okay. Um, so, um, so for example, um, if it's like you know, a clear block to a clear block kind of thing, like it's, the straight pathway, nothing blocking, then obviously there's no problems. Okay. If there's an enemy there, um, then I may need to change up what it needs to do. But here's the thing along with that though. The um, the sight of a monster should kick in prior to that anyway. So, like for example, if a construction worker is kind of walking along, okay, and the hit happens because there's an enemy on that particular block, why is he trying to go in that particular direction anyway? Okay, he should be seeing it, getting scared, and running away. Okay, so um, so there should never be an instance of um, uh, the you know they should never like purposely walk onto a monster tile. Okay, that shouldn't necessarily happen. Um, so let's see. What else? Um, Sorry, I focused a lot of things on my mind lately. It's kind of weighing down on me. Um, I'm trying to stay focused. I really am. Okay, but if it, it's not going to be a sudden, um, it's not going to be a sudden resource or anything along those lines. And if it is indeed another human, say like, um, you have multiple humans on the same spot, I don't necessarily want to worry about that particular collision. Okay, um, so they are kind of checking to see whether or not you can actually, um, they're checking to see, the movement here, see whether or not it actually kind of works, and if it doesn't, then um, like say here it says, if hit transform is equal to null. Well, we already know if it's null, then they can move, you know, perfectly fine. Hence the reason why it's just kind of returning. Okay. Otherwise, it's trying to get the component of what it hit. Okay. Down below here. Obviously, I'm having a hard time kind of trying to show that to you because of they're really having a hard time. Um, the fact that they have it full screen here is kind of irritating, but whatever. Um, uh, it's just something that we have to kind of deal with. Um, but the um, but it gets an idea as to what it actually hits, so that I can try to figure out um, what to do with that kind of collision. Okay. Um, I might need to kind of have that up here so that um, if it's another if it's the hitbox for say another human or the warrior, it's just gonna keep on moving. Okay. Um, if it's a resource for some reason, then I, I don't know why that would be. It shouldn't. It that shouldn't happen. Um, but at the same time, hmm, okay, this is where things start getting kind of interesting. So, um, if I do want the ghost to be able to pass through resources, okay, um, to just kind of float through obstacles for the most part, then I'm going to want to, um, I want to give them the chance to, um, I'm going to want them to have the chance of passing through it. But here's the problem. The how it handles that kind of collision is dependent on the type of um, agent. So they still might want to try to move anyway. So what I think I'm going to need to do is instead of having bool as a return, I'm probably going to want to do I'm probably going to want to do return end because I may want to call, um, I may want to call smooth movement, smooth move, whatever, um, from like a ghost or the warrior or the human or something along those lines, okay? I still may want to try to call that anyway from within the, um, from within the from each of the different types. Okay, the worker, the warrior, and the enemies. Okay, because um, you know how it handles this, might be different for each of the different agents. Okay, um, the worker and the warrior, they're going to be able to kind of pass through each other perfectly fine. There's no collision for them, so they're going to basically ignore said collision. Okay. If it's an enemy, then the warriors do something. The warriors are fighting the enemy in that particular instance. Um, but the workers, they should have left. They should have gone. They should have seen that uh, enemy coming in within the line of sight and gone, "Ooh, I gotta run." You know. So, um, um, if it's a ghost going over a resource, um, then it should be able to kind of say, okay, what resource are you referring to, and can I pass over it? Okay. Um, so the responses of this hit changes based off of the type of the agent. Okay. So, um, let's see. So I may want to have out recast it 2D hit. Now, if I do this, it is going to be sent out anyway. So, um, so one way or another, we're going to be getting the value of hit. Okay. So, um, let's go ahead and remove these for now. Right, we'll go ahead and take that and move that down to the movement there. Seeing that's what, or no, wait. Right, that's still within the, oh, jeez. Ah, there. Messing up all over the place. Sorry about that. Alright. Yeah, this new position is within the while loop of the smooth movement, so I just wanted to make sure that I got that kind of handled. So, um, so if a transform is equal to null, meaning that it didn't actually hit anything, then we're going to start the coroutine of move with end. Okay. But if it did hit something, then it has to kind of work on that. Okay. It has to kind of do something with this. Okay. Um, um, if hit transform is not null, meaning that it did hit something, then the agent needs to know so that it can make its own judgment on whether to proceed with the movement. Oh, I need to actually do this. Not void, it's vector 2. Let's see. Return null. Because we don't need anything. Uh, we're already. Okay, so. Um, let's see. Else. Turn end. Really? Okay. Their vector 2 isn't nullable. How am I going to do something like this then? Okay, so let me kind of try to explain my thinking about this. Okay, so um, we disable the collider for the agent in question. Okay, we check to see whether or not there's any kind of collision between where it currently is to where it wants to go. Okay, basically one hex tile to the other. Okay, and then we turn back on the collider for the agent again. Okay, that's what basically is happening here. Okay, if there was indeed a collision Okay, meaning that it did find something. It found another box collider out there. Okay, then hit is going to be hit is going to contain something. Okay, it's not going to be null. It's going to have some kind of value to it. Okay, so when it comes down to here, okay, it's going to say, hey, I hit something. I can't go into this if statement because there's something in the path, and there's something in my path on this. Okay, so I might not be able to move. Okay, so maybe it's a barrier, maybe it's a resource for some reason. Who knows? Okay, um, so it needs to handle whatever it hit. Okay, um, so in this particular case, we say, okay, well, we still want to go to that particular tile. Okay, that's this vector2 end here. Okay, we want to go to that particular destination. Okay, so we're going to return end so that after we determine whether or not we can, um, uh, you know, if there is something that happened there that was basically saying, hey, it's perfectly fine for you to continue moving. Okay, we can actually tell it. Um, yeah, let me actually kind of do something like this. So protected void force movement. Let's see. Let's see. Vector 2 end. And what we're going to do. Oh, okay, so force movement is actually something within Unity. Okay. Um, let's not do that then. Force move. Um, because all I want to do is just do this. So so what I'm doing here in this particular case. Um, so let's say we collided with something. Okay, let's say we basically said, okay, um, we we have one human and it's trying to walk towards another human, for example. A worker walking towards another worker. I don't mind stacks of workers on top of each other. Okay, I personally don't. Okay, there might be some others that might have a problem with it. Okay, again, it's all a matter of balancing, and it might be a matter of um, I might need to make sure that I show that there is indeed like multiple people on this one particular hex tile. Okay. Um, so I may need to visually show that at some point. Um, but if I don't necessarily want to block a worker getting to another resource because another worker is on the same exact tile. Okay. Um, otherwise, you're going to have like workers kind of stacked on top of each other, and they're not going to be able to walk back to their home city, especially when I'm already kind of imagining that I'm going to be having like, 20 workers that are out there, okay, and 20 workers that are trying to walk through a maze and running into each other. It's going to be a nightmare if I actually kind of stop them, okay. Um, I'm probably already going to be probably already going to be a nightmare if I don't stop them. Um, because then you'd have like, 20 people kind of stacked all on the same tile or something, you know. Um, but that could be a possibility that I may face. So, um, but it's either having like if there's like only one spot coming out from spawn and there's only one spawn point um, for the humans, and that one human decides, oh, let's go ahead and mine this one resource, or maybe the player selects that one resource to be removed or something along those lines, then um, then that basically nullifies any other workers from getting outside of the city, because then you have a form of collision between those two, and that would cause a whole big old mess. Okay, and I don't necessarily want to kind of deal with that. You know, I'm okay with them kind of being stacked on top of each other for the most part. Um, but um, so um, so having one worker kind of moving towards another worker's position, there shouldn't be any kind of stoppage on that. Okay, so the hit transform will won't be null in this particular case. Okay, but we still might want to move to that particular location. So I return end, the vector to you, okay, and I may, send it back to the worker, okay, and I may say, well, this is another worker, or, the the hit transform component might be another worker, so I may say, well, walk anyway, move anyway to that particular location. You don't need to worry about it, okay? Do that kind of movement anyway. Okay, so that's the whole purpose of this. Okay, we take the return to end in this particular case, and we say, hey, I want you to move anyway. Okay, that's the whole idea of this. Okay, for now. Um, this is information that I really don't want to worry about here, so we're gonna go ahead and remove it. Um, so this is more for the um, that's more for the worker than anything else. Okay, it's saying, hey, um, the whole idea of this was basically saying, hey, I'm trying to look for a specific resource tile, so I want you to move to the nearest location what that actually has said resource. I don't need that here. So um, the the humans here, they're going to be looking around to try to find said resource. If they spot it, then they move towards it. Okay, they say, oh, here's the location of said resource. I need to go towards it. then they start, then they say, hey, move there. Okay. Otherwise, um, they're gonna be, um, they're gonna kind of continue trying to look around for it. So they're gonna be kind of pathing around, kind of walking in random directions to try to find where that one resource is. Okay, like for example, the human player may say, "Hey, instead of trees, I may want sunstones." Okay, find me sunstones because I need sunstones. Okay, um, you know the player has the option of kind of selecting, what resources to kind of prioritize. Okay. Um, Now, some workers may still have the mentality of, well, I'm still gonna like uh, resource, and I'm still gonna like mine up some wood resource. Like they might have like a 10% chance of saying, do I really want to go looking for it? Nah, I'll just go ahead and um, mine up this forest that's right here or something. Okay. Um, the whole, hey, I need this particular resource. I'm probably gonna put like a 90% chance of, hey, go looking for this resource. Okay. For all the workers that aren't really doing anything. Um, but there still might be like that 10% that might go, fuck it. I'm still gonna kind of mine up the mine up this forest that's right here or something like that. Okay. Um, we're talking about not the smartest individuals out there. Okay. Um, Hence the reason why the player is gonna have to kind of maintain, you know, looking out for these guys. Keeping an eye on them and going, are we, are we gonna have a problem here? So, um, so, um, so I'd like to, um, the I may want to force a move. I may not. Okay. It all depends on what it hit. Okay. And how a different agent is going to handle it. Okay. Say for example, it could be a trap. The collision could be the trap. The human might still want to go for it. Okay. They may see it and might go, ooh, gimme. So they may still want to walk towards it. Case in point. Okay. Um, so hence the reason why I'm doing the return end in this place in this case. This is kind of problematic though because now apparently I can't do a null for vector 2. Um, hmm. Let's see, vector 2 e l and see. Traditionally, you'd set X or all three to something like negative 9,999 is commonly understood of X as a does not exist test. Um, let's see. Hmm. I don't necessarily want to like cast it into something that is, I don't necessarily want to cast or create my own kind of, um, I don't necessarily want to kind of create my own class just for this problem, this small little problem of mine. Um, so vector, vector three or vector twos aren't nullable. I could like create my own kind of vector twos, vector threes, trying to like override um, Unity's vector two, vector threes, but I don't want to go that far with this. I don't necessarily need to do this. Okay, this is just meant to kind of handle the this is just kind of meant so that um, if there is kind of a um, if there is a problem with this particular vector, okay, then I need to respond accordingly. Okay, if null isn't the option for me, if it's something that I cannot do, then I'm just gonna have to do what this guy said and just change the x value to this value here, so that I'll have to do a check for that, you know, so that if if it is indeed 9,999, then it will kind of adjust itself, you know. So um, change x value. Let's see. Um, mm, yeah, I don't need to do any of this. Again, this is things that it's like, if I absolutely need to use this, like it happens on a regular basis, then I can see the need to go about uh, doing that. But again, it's something that I don't necessarily need to do. So so um hmm. Okay, so I'm gonna do this. All right. So we're just gonna do that then, just to kind of send, um, the scope of the value that's being sent here shouldn't necessarily change if I like send this back anyway. So at least it shouldn't. The coroutine should be fine with, keeping this value here separate from that value there, for example. So when when this kind of returns back to its calling function, then the value being returned should be different than what's being handled within this coroutine. Maybe. So, um, okay, so now that we've kind of taken care of that, let's continue on with what we got here. So, um, now they're getting the distance on where um, they're getting the value from where the person is versus the end position, or where the agent currently is in this example. um, to where it needs to go and gets that distance so that they can continue um, getting to a point where it's like, hey, we've reached our destination and like so. Um, so uh, in distance transform position minus end, and then you have this square magnitude. So while the square remaining distance is greater than float epsilon, um, I don't know what this is, why they do it this way, why they have float epsilon in there. Um, so basically if the distance is greater than this value 1.4, then it's going to continue doing this movement. It's going to keep on changing the position of the agent each and every single time, getting them closer and closer to where it needs to go. But why do they use epsilon? I'm not 100% sure on that. So again, this is part of the, you know, why are they using it this way kind of mentality. And um, wouldn't they want something to be a little bit smaller overall, or might actually be smaller? Um, right, because it's actually at an exponent of negative 45. So let's see. E3D. Oh, this one. Smallest value that a float can have different from 0. Okay. So either the the distance here either has to be higher than 0, because the epsilon is just that fraction higher than 0, or it has to be 0 altogether, meaning the magnitude here um, will eventually need to reach 0. Okay, it'll eventually need to say, hey, we've gotten to the end. You don't need to worry about this anymore. This is 0. So eventually it will go, oh, it's 0? Okay, we're done. But until it actually hits 0, it's gonna keep on checking to see whether or not there's still movement that still needs to be happen. So hence the reason why that's occurring. So I get it. Um, so let's see. They have the new position move towards, the positions and all that kind of jazz. So, um, they have new position, and then they recheck um, then they kind of recheck it, or they change the value again. Why did why did they change it though? Hmm. Well, I mean, it's inside the while loop, so eventually it keeps on checking it over and over and over again. But the return null kind of removes you from the while loop, so what am I missing here? What does yield return null reference? Um, Trying to understand coroutine within the context of Unity. I'm not too confident what the yield return null performs at the moment. I believe it basically pauses and waits for the next frame. I'll go back to perform the while statement again. If I leave out the yield return null, it seems the object will instantly move to its destination and perhaps skip a lot of frames. So I guess my question is, how does the yield return null function within the while loop, and why is it necessary to have it? Program will start the loop. If you had no yield, it simply runs all iterations within the same frame. If you had millions of iterations, then most likely block your program until all iterations are done and then continue. Creating a coroutine Unity attaches it to the model behavior object on first on call for the start coroutine until the yield is hit. Then return from the coroutine and place it on the stack based on the yield. If you yield null, then you will run again next frame. There's a number of different yield instructions that can be returned from the coroutine. You can read more about it here and through the related links. So coroutine has yielded, the main thread continues running on the next frame. Stack routine, call them from where they left off in the yield. If your coroutine never stops at a scope, then you basically create an update method. Um, Well, that answers my question. So yeah. Um, so for those of you that, for some odd reason, you might not be understanding what I just kind of saw and read and all that. Um, so basically, someone was going, "Hey, what is your return null?" So, um, so what's going on is that um, this start coroutine here, okay, is basically saying, okay, call this and put it in a stack of functions that's going to be called. Okay. Now it could just be called once, or it could be called multiple times. Don't really know. It all depends on what's kind of contained within the function itself. Okay. But the start coroutine is basically saying, hey, handle this. Okay. Um, so we come down here. Okay. And this while loop, it says, okay, do these particular steps and then wait for the next frame. Next frame comes, and then it proceeds onto this check here. Hence the reason why we kind of needed this right here. Um, now, um, now here's where um, I'm a little confused about it because so when you're sending um, you're when you're sending a value here, smooth move here, these shouldn't be the same. Okay, meaning the um, these two values, okay, the where the agent's current position, okay, shouldn't necessarily be the same as where they want to go. Okay. That shouldn't be a thing. Okay. They should be saying, hey, um, you have your one agent here and he's moving on to another tile. Okay. So there should be a difference between those two values, and for the most part, okay, it should basically say, okay, you know, um, so you have like a vector 2 and a vector 2, and you're trying to get that the the vector end kind of position out of it all. Okay. Um, so um, because that's what vectors are. They're kind of like for anyone that might not be aware of like calculus or whatnot. Okay, so um, here let me try to draw it so that I can kind of try to explain myself a little bit and bring up Inkscape so you can kind of understand, or so that I can try to explain here. Um, One second while it comes on up. Um, so okay, so let's have our little board here. So we always have like a small little spot, you know, um, we have this small little spot on the map. It's like the 0, 0 of everything that's kind of going on, you know, on our screen. Okay. A vector. Okay. Let me see if there's like maybe a simple shapes that I can maybe draw. Doesn't look like there's anything that I can kind of do offhand. So I'm just gonna have to kind of use this for the most part. So a vector starts from the this point in question, okay, and is basically a line with like an arrow. So it's kind of, a line, and it's basically saying, hey, here's oh, 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 uh, so you have this kind of arrow, um, you have this kind of arrow going off in, one particular direction. Okay, that's one vector. Okay. You have basically a point that is kind of stationary, and this vector is just kind of going, okay, you're trying to get to this other point. Okay, you're creating this arrow, out from a starting point. Okay, you're the so that would be like your start position. This point right here would be like your start position. Okay, so it's kind of creating a vector from the origin to where you are currently at. Okay, like right here at your start position. Okay, now you're trying to actually get to another um, um, now you're trying to get to an end position. Okay, so um, now your uh, your your start position, right there, is this point like right here, and you're trying to create, and you're trying to go to your end point over here. Okay, so it this vector 2 is, this particular arrow going from the start 0, 0 kind of point to this point on the map. Okay, so um, you know, or at least, this is what this. Oh, okay, sorry, I need to change a little bit. So this new vector, x dir and y dir. Okay, it's creating this vector right here. Okay, this x point and y point right here. Okay, you're creating a new vector from this particular point. Okay, and it's creating this vector. Okay, now what it's doing here. Okay, this whole, end vector and the like. Okay, it's basically saying, hey, we're going to be kind of adding these two together, um, to have the kind of movement go in that general direction. Um, Now I'm kind of messing up here a little bit in that when typically when you add vectors in mathematics, you're basically taking all this here and kind of moving it up here. That's typically what the whole addition is all about. But that's not exactly, you know, obviously there's something else going on here that I'm not really understanding, where the vectors kind of start with or whatnot. Um, but we're trying to create another vector, and we're trying to create this other line that is going from this point here to that point there. Okay, we're trying to create that kind of vector so that we can get the distance between these 2 points. Okay, so that the agent, I mean, obviously this is really crude and whatnot, but we're trying to get the distance between where it was originally starting off with to where its destination is, and we're, frame by frame cutting that distance down. Okay. Um, using vector threes in this particular case. Okay. Um, we're changing the distance between these two here, by just saying, okay, we're just gonna, I don't want, let's see, there we go. So we're just basically kind of changing the the movement here, moving it ever so closer to our endpoint. Okay, with a smooth movement. Okay, we're reducing down this distance between these 2 points each and every single time. Okay, so that we get our vectors getting smaller and smaller and smaller to the point where eventually it will be zero, meaning that we've basically gotten it to a point where, you know, this that's completely matching up with this particular vector here. Okay, it's matching up with this entire thing. Okay, and um, our movement is done. Okay, that's kind of what's happening behind the scenes in this. Okay, that's what this whole calculations is kind of all about. Okay, so um, so um, each while loop that happens, they're reducing down the size of the distance from where the agent currently is, where that movable object is currently at, to where its end destination is. Okay, the end destination doesn't change. Okay, we're not changing this value. Okay, what we're changing is the distance where we're currently at versus, where we're trying to go. We're constantly changing that value. Okay, once that value hits zero or is below float epsilon, then this while loop ends. Now, here's what makes me kind of confused about this. We're not moving from the same positions. You know, our transform position should never be the same as the incoming row and column. Okay, so um, so there will always be some amount of remaining distance between those two positions. So what I don't really understand is they do a check at the very beginning to see whether or not this value is zero. Why would it be zero? Okay, the whole purpose of even doing the smooth move here is going from position 1 to position 2. Okay, so if position 1 is equal to position 2, then what the heck? You're messing up on the whole idea of the algorithm to begin with. Okay. Um, so so for my sanity here, this should be a do while loop. It should always occur at least once. It shouldn't necessarily need to check right at the very beginning um, of the while loop for a position that it's going to try to move to. So, you know, this will always occur once here. So why why check prior to it? So that's what's kind of throwing me off. Why did they do the while loop before? You know, this will need to be handled, once before. It will need to be handled at least once. Okay. There should be a certain amount of distance between the two, and it will need to be handled, a little bit. It'll need to be kind of worked on once. We'll do the yield, and if for some reason that distance suddenly becomes zero after just one frame, then sure, okay, hop out of that do while loop. I don't understand why they do the check prior. That's all. That's all I'm saying. Okay. Um, let me. Okay. Let me try to explain it for anyone that might not be aware of the difference between a do while loop and a while loop. Okay. A while loop checks to see whether or not the loop should happen 0 times. Okay. If if there's if the check fails, right at the very beginning of a while loop, it doesn't occur. It doesn't happen. It just completely ignores the loop. Okay. The um, the value kind of just says, hey, nothing going on here. We don't need to go into this loop. Completely ignore this, and it falls out. Okay, that's what the while loop is all about. Okay, the do while says, I know I need to handle this loop once. Now it might only happen once, but the do while loop is meant to kind of have, it's one or more times. Okay? The while loop is 0 to number of times. Okay? So a while loop might not happen. A do while knows that it has to happen at least once. Um, Sorry, Jonathan, I'm not quite sure what you're referring to there. De Barces, Mr. Beast? I don't know what you're talking about there. I mean, I know Mr. Beast. I mean, anyone on YouTube should know who Mr. Beast is, but I'm sorry, I'm not really understanding what you're saying there. So, hey there, Lucifer. Thank you for the follow. Appreciate it. Um, is it uh are you speaking in Portuguese, Spanish? I'm sorry, I'm hablo inglés. No hablo español. I don't know. Sorry. I'll if if you could tell me what I'm reading, then I can probably try to translate. I've done it in the past, and I can do it again. So, okay. So, so I'm gonna do a do while here because um, in my mind it should happen at least once. That's it. That's all. You know. Um, so okay. Okay. So we got our moves going on here. Um, we really don't need this anymore. We're gonna go ahead and remove that for now. Um, because it's gonna need to be handled. Um, it's gonna need to be handled differently based off of the agent and the like. So, um, okay, we can remove that. Don't need that anymore. Okay. So, now on on the 2D roguelike here, they do the attempt move based off of the um, based off of the position here. Um, they have their recast hit. They do whether or not a boolean. Hey, can I move? You know, um, and um, they're eventually gonna kind of work with that a bit, um, as you can kind of see. So let me kind of skip forward a little bit more. All right. So it's kind of hard to kind of see right here. Obviously, they're doing the can move. If um, okay, it's basically saying if not can move, meaning if the return here, is true or false, then it handles this if statement appropriately. So like if it's false, meaning that it did actually hit something, okay, then this if statement here will basically say, no, this is true. We can kind of move into this what's kind of contained within this if statement, okay, and then you have this right here. I'm sorry that the this is kind of blocking your view of this, but and hit component is not equal to null, okay, meaning that this this object of hit component, they're getting the um, they're creating a it's not necessarily an object, but they're basically uh, you basically hit something. You know, your transform is um, running into something in particular. So therefore, it's getting the component, whether it's the human, the agent, the resource, what have you, whatever you have. Okay, it's getting a reference to that. Okay, and storing it within the hit component, and it's basically saying, hey, we want to make sure that this component isn't null. Okay, so that we can kind of say, hey, we need to do something concerning this, um, concerning this kind of collision. So, um, so they're sending the on can't move hit component. They're trying to handle that. And if I'm not mistaken, if I remember correctly, they handle that within like the player script and like. So, um, now, do I need to kind of work on this though? Do I need to actually do that in particular? Hmm. Okay, so the the attempt to move is just basically meant, for the calling agent to kind of call this particular function, the attempt to move, to go in that, to go towards that, X and Y direction based off the map. Um, and it will eventually, it may hit something, it may not. Okay. If it didn't hit anything, then it just says, okay, I'm done. Don't need to worry about it. Returning null. Um, but if it did something, then it's going to try to figure out what exactly it hit. Um, now I don't necessarily want this here, this attempted move, um, within within the agent itself. Um, I want this kind of being done within the casting, within the, um, from within the derived class. Okay, so I'm gonna want to have that. I'm gonna want this attempted move here so that we can handle this hit transform within the within this particular class, so we know how to handle, what this particular agent is going to do based off of what it actually hit. Okay, so like if it's a human hitting another human, it'll continue walking through. If it's a ghost hitting a resource, then it may stop. If it's a human hitting a trap, then the human may continue walking towards it. That kind of thing. So there's multiple different facets of what may occur based off of what exactly it's hitting. So um, So yeah, okay. Let's see. So we should be fine along these lines. Don't really need anything more. Um, not be. Not need to worry too much about the. Actually, let's see. One thing that I'm probably going to want to do within the movement here, okay, um, is that I may need to kind of, work the movement left and movement right into it. So, um, so let's see. If start x is greater than end x. Okay, so if the um, if you're using a just like a general graph, okay, if the start position x is greater than the end positions x, then you're trying to move to the left. Okay, so um, you want to kind of say move left, else move right. Okay, so now if they're the same value, if the x values are the same value, which that shouldn't happen at all. Okay, because there's no straight up and down on my hex tiles. Okay, it's always to the left, to the right, upper right, lower right. Okay, so well, sorry, I said I was saying, you know, uh, upper left and upper right, but based off your view, it should be like upper left and upper right, whatever, whatever. You get what I'm saying. Based off of your perspective, I'm kind of backwards, but um, so um, but um, the x values are never going to be the same. So like if you're going, uh, it's probably better if I actually have the let's see. Let me pull out the um, this hex grid here widget. Let me bring that back out again so that I can kind of show you what I'm. Oh, okay. Well, that's unfortunate. Okay. Well, apparently that's not possible anymore. Um, X table Java. Um, X. My music stopped. Um, Xgrid, JavaScript. Um, um, Apparently I can't go there anymore. That's kind of unfortunate. I kind of appreciated this simple widget. Let's see. That's the that's this here. Hmm. This. Oh, there it goes. That was odd. Don't know why I was having a hard time with that. Um, okay, so here's a problem with this particular hex grid is the fact that um, the the grid itself has the um, top and bottom. Okay, it doesn't have it has flat tops and bottoms. Okay, so you the viewer you're gonna have to kind of understand that what I'm seeing here you're kind of need to kind of flip it at a 90-degree angle here. Um, I don't think there's any way for me to kind of do that here using the widget itself. So uh, this is to the left and that's to the right of this one particular tile. Okay. So so if you use this particular tile, for example, and you have, to the right, to the left, you have upper right, upper left, right, lower left, right? You know, um, just as a reference here. Okay. So say we're at this point right here. Okay. This x value has like 0, for example. Okay. The x value here is going to be slightly larger. Okay. The distance between these two is going to be, this spot is larger than this one. That spot is lower than this one. Okay, so meaning that's going to be, um, you know, less than what you have here. Okay, uh, these two spots, they're going to be, not as much as this one is in terms of the x value, but they're still less on the x value than this one is. Okay, same with these two, but in the exact opposite. These 2 points here are going to be slightly more, not as much as this, but still slightly more than that spot there. Okay, so what I'm doing here is if if the start position here is more than the start position there, then the agent needs to turn to the left and start moving in this general direction. Okay, they're going to be kind of facing to the left. Okay, um, if they aren't, if it isn't larger than the end, meaning that the end is larger on their x value than the start value, then they have to move to the right. Okay, same thing with these right here. All these three right here, the end x has a larger value than the start x. Hence, we're going to be moving to the right. You know, if the start x is lower or is greater than the end x, then we're going to be moving to the left. You see what I'm saying? Um, so we're going to be kind of flipping the graphic of the agent based off of where it's trying to go to. So, um, so say for example, um, we have this spot here, and we're eventually going to try to get to this spot there. Okay. Um, but this movement happens tile by tile. So, um, say that spot is blocked, so it has to go to this spot here, right? So this spot here, you know, the starting value x is greater than the end value x, so we're gonna flip to the left and walk to this spot. And once we're at that spot, then we know that the end value is higher than the start value. So we need to switch back to the right. It flips it right back around. So now we're moving there, we're moving to the right. You know, we flipped the agent around. Okay, so at least that's what I think should be happening. Maybe, maybe. I could be wrong on that, though. Hmm. I could be wrong on this, though. The problem that I have with this right at this point is that um, I don't know how they do their vector calculations. I don't know how they handle their mathematics on this end. Okay, so I'm creating a new vector using the destination, you know, um, the position on where it needs to go, and we're creating a new vector based off of that. But we're creating an end vector based off of the addition of these two vectors together. Will that still work? I could be screwing myself over on this one. Not 100% sure on this. I don't know what where their vector start points are located at, so I might be kind of screwing myself over. Um, we'll leave it there for now. I may need to change that later. Okay, like for example, if I see these guys, you know, still kind of facing to the right when they're moving to the left, then I know that this isn't working as intended. Okay. So I'm gonna need to try to figure out how to kind of change this around a little bit. Okay. I may need to actually save this as its own vector. Okay. I may need to pass into this movement its own vector too. Okay. I may need to do something like um, I may need to do something like um, destination there, and you know, instead of this, I may need to do something like um, I may need to do something like that, for example. Okay. Um, Obviously, I'm not going to do that right at this moment in time, but that's something that I may need to do so that I can just I can just basically say instead of the end here, I can say destination. Okay. So that might that might need to be to happen. Okay. I might need to make that kind of change on this, but we'll see. We'll see. I'm not gonna do that just yet, but um, if this doesn't work as I want it to, if I'm having people kind of facing the right and moving to the left, and then I know that we're still having some issues here on that. Okay, and I may need to kind of switch this around a little bit. Okay. Now what I can do, um, so here they're doing the protected virtual void attempted move. Um, and this is like the default. Like um if I remember correctly, let me make sure that I'm getting that correct. Um, so um, oh, that's not what I want. Um, that's not what I want either. So um, they let you redefine how a function properly works when extending a class. I'll use these terms base class and extended class in my explanation. Virtual and abstract are used in the base class. Virtual means use the extended class's version if it has one, otherwise use this base class version. Um, Abstract means the extended class must have a new version. Okay. Um, so um, now um, normally you want to use interface, but I can't really remember if you can kind of do interface with just straight up methods. Basically interface, it doesn't give you, it just kind of gives you a blueprint. Okay, it doesn't have any kind of additional code inside there. It just basically says, hey, each of these, anything that uses this particular interface has to have these particular functions built into it. Okay. Um, Meaning, hey, here's a blueprint of what these are supposed to be doing. Anything that derives from that particular interface needs to use these particular methods. Okay. Um, you know, um, much like how this guy's talking about abstract. You know, um, abstract has to have a new version. Um, Meaning that you can still have kind of like the um, base value, but um, you know, um, you still kind of want to override that overall. So, um, and that's wrong language. I'm sorry. Um, you know, um, you want to use something. You need to have like a new version over the abstract. Okay, the agent class is not meant to kind of stand on its own. Okay, but you can still build code in an abstract. Okay, that it can still kind of use as a default. Okay, um, interface is completely different. Well, similar but different in that you can't put any kind of code inside an interface. Um, now, um, I don't know whether or not Unity 3D actually has interface methods or not. Um, I had more tutorials. I don't need the tutorials. Um, hmm. Typically, interfaces are meant for just the classes themselves, but I'm not quite sure whether or not you can just kind of create like an interface method or not. So that's kind of what I'm looking for at the moment. So, um, there are um, certain parts of code where um, some codes are designed differently than others, obviously. Um, so while I might have learned interfaces are purely a class-based um, construct, um, that might not necessarily mean the same for, say, C sharp. They might actually go, well, you can actually put in um, you know, you can actually put in an interface method in there or something like that. I'm just checking. You know, I'm just checking to see whether or not that is indeed possible or not. Um, so um, I'm I'm kind of leaning towards probably not, but you never know. It's just one of the reasons why I put I kind of put this as like an educational kind of tag, meaning that we're exploring Unity and C sharp together. So um, if someone already has the answer, then someone already has the answer. If you already know the answer, feel free to put it in the comment. Okay, uh, but when you're in the field of computer science, when you're working on these when you're working on different languages, when you're working on different um, um, applications and the like, you're going to be putting in research, no matter what. Okay. Uh, if you're coming into the into the field of computer science, if you're trying to become a programmer for the first time yourself, you're going to be putting in the work to try to figure out, everything that's kind of being, how a language handles, you know, um, what the language does, how does it handle particular objects, if it even handles objects. Okay. Um, so, um, so you're gonna kind of need to be putting the work in on this. Now, like I mentioned before, I'm gonna be putting in some research in on this as well. Like I said, you're more than welcome to kind of join me. If you already have the answer, go ahead and put it down so maybe others can share in your knowledge. Okay? So, hmm. Okay, see this right here is a class because we actually have another um they have a method built into it. Okay, so yeah, this is deriving from I can be shot. Um, so basically they're taking the ammo box here. They're calling they're building this particular function here. So um, so it's looking as though um, my random idea of whether or not you can actually kind of create a interface method is not something that's possible. Okay. Um, so um, let's see. Can you just have interface methods? It doesn't seem like it. Okay. Um. Hmm. Yeah. I'm not seeing any. Um. I'm not seeing anything here that basically stands out to me like there's a possibility of actually just kind of doing um, let's see. Let's see. Interface method within abstract. Um, hmm, yeah, okay. It's looking like, it's not impossible. So, um, now you might be wondering, well, Jim, why are you looking for this? Well, here's the thing. I don't, you know, the um this kind of method here, the attempt to move, I don't want to define the code inside of it. Okay, I don't need it defined in within agent. Okay. What I just kind of want to do is just say, okay, protected, you know, um, interface void, um, attempt move the int x chord int y chord, and that's it. That's all I kind of want to do in this particular instance. Okay, and then you know the the humans and the ghosts will be able to just kind of take this and go, oh, okay, it needs to have this particular function within the ghosts and humans. Okay, I don't want to define any kind of code within this. Okay, but I need to have any kind of you know um, anything that derives agent is going to need to have this built in to their particular class. But hence the reason why that's the reason why I was kind of like, okay, let's use interface to try to kind of do this. But no, it doesn't look like um, that's gonna be possible. So um, so abstract. Can I actually do that? Not gonna give me an error on that? Hmm. All right, let's check our code and see what errors Unity has with it. So, and we'll do some cleanup on this, and then we'll see about trying to get some of these guys to actually move. So, Goblins doesn't implement inherit abstract member, attempted move, attempted move, attempted move. Okay. So I'm going to take this. Let's see. All right. Now we're going to take this. That to each one of these agents here. There we go. Now, again, Warrior is probably going to need to kind of change that a little bit. Um, you need to kind of override the humans' attempted move, so we'll see whether or not there's any kind of problems with that. Okay. It's having some troubles here, apparently. Hey, Unity. What's going on here? Okay. We seem to have no problems right at the moment, so it should still run without any problems overall. Yeah, it's we're not having any kind of issues right at this moment in time, so that's good. And our enemy agents are still kind of spawning in. Oop, okay, that's a slight problem there. I'll have to address that later. So, um, so just so you're aware, um, the fact that there's a tree right here, um, is basically saying, hey, this is supposed to be blocked, meaning that they shouldn't be spawning here whatsoever. Okay, the spawn point should be here in this particular case. So the fact that they're kind of spawning here, problem. So we'll need to kind of address that a little bit. So let me go ahead and actually kind of make a note of that right at the moment. So there's okay. Enemies are spawning in a location that add a resource. Confirm that the resource tile is indeed blocking the spawn point. Okay. Okay, so now that we have this, um, you know, well, now that we have, some semblance of a potential movement through the agent here, what we're going to do now is we're going to attempt sending the row and column to movement here and see whether or not we can actually kind of do that. So uh, in in their call here, um, we're going to kind of follow along a little bit on this. Obviously, there's going to be some differences here that we're going to need to implement. Um, so to start off with, they use the you know raycast hit 2D kit, um, and then let's see. Um, see, we're getting back a vector 2 um, uh, destination is equal to um, move chord and y chord, and then out hit. Okay. Um, if no, no, stop that. If hit transform equal to null, and it's just basically saying, hey, return. Don't need to worry about this. Um, right. But if okay, so if hit transform is already null, then I know that the destination is going to be a negative number anyway. Okay. Um, Meaning that um, we already know if the hit transform is null, we're just returning a negative number anyway to them. So um, So it will never actually reach our potential check here of whether or not the destination dot x is equal to that value. Okay, we don't necessarily need that check in there. Okay, because we're already it's already been confirmed that um, the the hit transform is going to be null. That's it. We don't need to worry about it. Okay, so this particular line right there, we don't need to worry about it. Okay, we don't need it. Okay. I just want to kind of explain that to you so that you are, right on board with me. You understand where I'm coming from on this. Um, um, so, um, it's only when, you know, the hit transform actually hits something that we actually get a value. Okay, and we're going to be using said value. Okay, so, um, you know, so because we're verifying that um, we have some kind of destination in mind, okay? Because we're already determining that, we have, so uh, if hit transform is null, we're already moving. So we don't need to worry about that, okay? If it isn't null, meaning that it hits something, we don't need to check to see whether or not there's change in destination. We don't need to worry about it. Okay. This happens only if the heat transform is null. So we don't need to check. Okay. So what we want to do is we want to get um, we need to figure out what exactly it hit. What did the human run into? Okay. So we have t hit component is equal to hit dot transform dot get component t function done. I don't know why it's still having. Oh, that's why. All right. It was it when I did the hit. It automatically put in the 2D in there, and that wasn't correct. So um, so now we're getting the component of what exactly got hit. Okay. So now um, what we need to do is check to see whether or not that component is um, we need to check to see whether or not it's another human. So um, so they kind of use the hit component in the human later. So let me go to that video now. So player script. So let me see. There's the attempted move right there. Um, hmm, but they're not using the component. They haven't changed the component yet on this. So, Hmm. Okay, so hmm. Let's see. Once again, I kind of wish that I could scroll down on their own code there, but um, can't really do that. You have to just kind of use the their own video here to kind of scroll on back through what they kind of made. Now, um, do I do C++? I've played around with C++ before. I'm more familiar with C than I am with C++. I know that they're pretty much cousins. I get it. Um, but it's been a long time since I've messed with C++ officially. So, my schooling was more Java than was C++. So, hmm, let's see. How you doing there, Chad? Welcome to the stream. Are you trying to find someone that actually understands C++ or let's see. What am I gonna do here? Okay, so let me try to explain um, what's going on in my head right at this moment in time. So, um, using the old, TD rule like that, Unity did a long time ago. Um, they are they have the function up here, um, their update function here, where they are getting um, where they're getting the input from the user and, you know, they're basically saying, hey, if you are, um, if their input is not equal to 0, meaning, here, let me kind of move it forward a little bit so you guys can kind of see what they're saying here. So if if the player's input is input, meaning that it's you're receiving some kind of X or Y value in some fashion or another, okay, they're doing the attempt move wall in that particular direction. Okay, so they come down here to this attempt move. The T value here is wall in this particular case. So, and they're moving in whatever direction that they moved in, whether it's the horizontal or vertical. Okay, they remove some food from the player. They attempt to move. Okay, meaning that, hey, um, we're going to have you kind of move in one direction or the other. Um, and, um, then they're checking to see whether or not, other factors are happening within the function kind of thing. And then later on, as we kind of um, continue on here, as you can see here, you have the on can't move with the T value, T component, wall hit wall is equal to component as wall. If the wall got hit or the wall was an actual um, collision, then the wall is damaged, based off of the other functions that were already kind of done, and they did the animation of the player chop on it. Okay, that's what's kind of happening here. So, that's what the whole on can't move from the previous video was all about. Okay, um, meaning if there was some kind of collision, we knew based off of this right here um, that it was potentially a wall. But it might not potentially be a wall though. That's the thing. It might actually be an enemy. So I forget exactly where they put in the um, didn't they actually put in code for like trying to hit the um, collision with the enemy? It doesn't look like it. Or I mean it does in that they talked about, or they did the the loose food um function in there. But the um but that we're not he's not doing the attempted move based off of the um whether or not it hits a wall or anything along those lines. Okay, so we're going to go to the enemy script and we'll see, um, you know, the enemy script has other movement or other collisions, if I remember correctly. Um, so let's see. Move forward a little bit more. Try to get to the point on which there's their on can't move there. Um, Okay. Okay, so once again, that really didn't do much there. We just have the player being hit and mm, so here's the thing. Um, there has the potential of being multiple different components um, being attempted here. So um, this is where things kind of get a little weird in that it could be a resource, it could be another agent altogether. Um, I don't know what component it is. So, um, so, um, let's see. Um, okay, so what I'm gonna attempt to do, hmm, all right, okay, so, hmm, here's the problem with this. Okay, I don't know what I'm hitting. So it could be different kind of types on this, and I don't want to cast it to any one particular type until I know what it is. So, um, so this right here is kind of dangerous. I don't know whether or not it's an actual human yet or not. Okay, I don't know what it actually hit. So there might be different collision factors in there that I want to kind of take into consideration. Okay, so therefore, um, I don't want to outright state, hey, you know, um, cast this into a human when in fact it could be an enemy. It could be the enemy's trap. It could be a resource. I don't really know. Okay, so um, it could be a warrior. Okay, I don't really know, and therefore, um, I want to make sure that I'm casting it to right one before I move on to check to see what it's going to happen based off of that collision. So, um, let's look this up here. Unity 3D, um, multiple components, possible um, collisions. Um, if you have multiple collider components on a single game object, they are compound collider and add this one. Um, hmm. Hmm. Okay, let's see. Uh, Hey there, Jedi. How you doing there, bud? Hey, bud. Still don't have internet. Day 5 now. Oof. They're not going to come by till at least Tuesday to reconnect the cable to the. Oh, really? Wow. That's kind of messed up there, bud. Sorry that you're having such a hard time with that. Hmm. Let's see. Not good. Can't stay because I'm tethering off my phone and almost met my cap for the month. No worries there, bud. No worries. You come on back when you can. I know that you're having some problems, um, so I'll check with you next time. Okay? Sounds good, there, Jedi. Sounds good. All right. Okay. I'm probably gonna need to kind of leave this for later. Um, so here, let me go. It's 6 o'clock there, folks. This is when I normally have to kind of close on down for the night. But um, let me go ahead and write down this last issue that I have at this moment in time. So, um, you know, uh, hit transform in human class may have the potential for multiple types of components that can be collided with. Research how to um, determine the differences within um, the potential components and have the human interact appropriately with said component. Okay, so like I've mentioned before, so you have the worker that's just kind of walking around. Say it wants to move to another, um, it's trying to move to another hex tile, but that hex tile already has like another worker there. Let's just keep it simple. It has another worker there. Um, Now, the hit is going to register the collision with that other worker. Okay, that other worker still has its collision detection on. Okay, so when it does that little whole ray traced out to try to test to see whether or not it's a clean path, it's going to hit that other worker. Okay, so um, in my code here, this t value is going to be, this whole this whole part right here is going to be a human. Okay, this hit component is going to be a human. Well, here's the thing. How do I know that? I don't. Okay, this could be a warrior, it could be a resource, it could be a barrier. it could be the enemy's trap. I don't really know. So how do I determine what this becomes? How can I kind of say, is this human? Is this warrior? Is this the trap that is being that was left by the enemy? I'm gonna have to figure that part out because these are multiple different possible collisions that I'm gonna be running into. And I'm not gonna be doing like attempted move for um uh I'm not gonna check multiple times, or at least I don't want to check multiple times if I'm colliding with one of the same object that is still on that same layer. Okay, I need to figure out how to determine, is it a human? Is it a warrior? Is it an enemy? Is it an enemy's trap? Is it a resource? Is it a barrier? I need to figure these out here, within my code here, so that I can figure out how the human is going to respond to said interaction. So, um, so yeah, that's where we're gonna leave off for now. Um, so this is what we're gonna be tackling next week. So, this might get a little difficult on us. I'm not quite sure how to go about handling this potential problem. You know, um, you know how I need some way of kind of determining what kind of component it is. So I'm going to be researching that next week. So be prepared for that. Be prepared for that kind of research that I'm going to be doing on that. Unfortunately, the 2D roguelike is not going to cut it. So it's it didn't give me enough of the possible complexity of it, so I don't really know. Um, so, um, and I swear I don't think I don't know if they address it later on either. Um, I don't think um, I don't think they address it within the script later on how to kind of handle um, you know, collisions with different, if you're moving um, in one particular direction, um, colliding with others. So see, they did this again, which I mean, obviously, not something that it's not enough for what I'm trying to do right at the moment. So um, um, and I don't know if they're going to have anything additional added on into the different components or whatnot. Hey there, professional. How you doing there, bud? Welcome to the stream. I'm gonna be ending it pretty soon, but thank you for stopping by at the very least. What's going on? So, uh, at some point in time, I'm gonna need to figure out the different kind of components for it. So, um, Oh, thank you for the raid. I appreciate it. Um, I'll definitely go ahead and move you guys off to um another channel if you guys want to. So, um, like I said, I am ending my stream. I normally close everything down by six o'clock. So thank you for the raid. I appreciate it. Um, but so next week we're gonna need to figure out how um how we're gonna be able to handle the different components, trying to figure out um, what the hit transform actually kind of interacts with. So, no problem there, professional. No problem. What were you working on? Were you also doing some Unity code, or were you doing, some games, or you know, what were you working on? So, yeah, we're gonna have to try to figure this part out next week. There's just a little too much here, or the 2D roguelike isn't enough to kind of handle what I'm what I'm kind of looking for on this. So, um, and um, I don't think there's any kind of additional script that they added in to try to handle different, running into different like walls or anything along those lines. So, that nothing that kind of determines the type of component that is handled by the collision. So we'll have to kind of worry about that later in next week, trying to determine which component actually works. And like so, um, nope. I was learning to code today. Got beaten a few times on coding game and program some music. Okay. Um, what coding language were you trying to learn? Let's see. Or were you just trying to figure out the basics? I don't know Java today. Okay. I don't know what code in game is about. Um, let me go ahead and code in game. Oh, okay. Technology company editing online platform for developers, allowing them to play with programming with increasingly difficult puzzles. Interesting. Hmm. Okay, so you can compete with other programmers. Gotcha. Okay. No, I probably get my ass kicked. Well, I mean, I don't know. I don't know who all kind of participates in this. Whether or not you have veterans um, or not. You know, when you're talking about coding, the um, your scaling of ability can be quite complex depending on whether someone's been coding their entire life every single day versus someone that might have just kind of gone to college and just kind of learn the basics and are just trying to get back out there. I don't know. um, but yeah, you might be against me. That will give you more of a chance to win. Yeah, I'm probably not going to be doing anything along the coding in game. Um, Probably not going to do anything along those lines. I mean, whatever way you can use to enhance your skills, is always a good um, is always kind of a good process. So, you know, if this helps you learn, then use it, man. Um, you know, I try to uh, anyone that is like comes to my channel during these Sunday coding streams that I do. Um, if you have any kind of questions concerning like code or technique or um, methodologies, what have you, um, I'll try to help you out um, to try to figure out some like good coding practices or whatnot. Um, but I don't necessarily consider myself a veteran in coding either. So, you know, yeah, I do have my CS degree, but uh, I don't have I don't have the, I don't consider myself a veteran. There's still a lot for me to learn. So, um, sure, what is the best way for you to learn code? Well, for me, um, I'm a visual or tactile learner, meaning I either need to like look at it, read it, um, um, and I need to kind of look at it over and over and over again for it to kind of really kind of solidify in my mind, or I need to actually kind of work on it, directly. Meaning, the best way for me to learn is to just kind of code up, you know, the process. You know, I don't really learn by audio. I don't, if someone's kind of talking to me, it doesn't really filter in very well. So, for me, the best methods are either reading it, which is okay, but the best way of kind of doing it for me, I think, is just actually kind of working on the code, building it, you know, um, not necessarily doing a copy and pasting because that doesn't really help you per se. You need to kind of really kind of get down into the nitty gritty and figure out, what parts of the code works for you. So, um, hence the reason why, I'm building the game. So, um, that's what these uh, Sunday coding streams are all about for me is, you know, uh, doing keeping up my skills till I get back out into the workforce again. Um, Building something that I want to build and learning C Sharp and Unity at the same time. So that's what these Sunday streams are all about. We're gonna have to kind of call it here. So just coding is the best way for you to learn coding. Do I get it right? Um, it so everybody it, everybody learns differently. Okay. Don't think of my particular method as being the best. Okay. So for example, okay, um, here's these tutorials here, on, using, Unity, and this guy is just basically kind of talking through how he handles building the 2D roguelike game. using Unity, using C Sharp, and he kind of talks about the process of how he's actually kind of building code and getting it to kind of work for him and the like. If I was just kind of sitting here listening to him do all this, it's not really an efficient method for me to learn. But someone else might be able to kind of pick up on what he's saying and being able to kind of easily um, do the exact same thing themselves without any problems. Okay, it all depends on uh, how you yourself learn. Okay, um, if if you feel like like a someone's talking to you and you feel like the information is kind of going in one ear and right out the other or something along those lines, then you might not be an auditory learner. Okay, it might not be um, uh, like solidifying in your mind. It might not stay in your short-term memory if auditory isn't exactly your cup of tea on that. Um, you might be better on, okay, this teacher just kind of said the lesson plan, but maybe I need to kind of look back through that chapter and look through the examples and see, oh, so that's how you kind of do this particular method of, you know, working on the problem and stuff like that. So, um, I'm looking for inspiration, something to try if it's good for me too. Um, okay. Well, if if you're um if you're just kind of starting out in coding, like um, you know, you're kind of getting your feet wet in it. Like you might have like worked on a little bit of tutorials or something along those lines. You're trying to learn the for loops, the while loops, um, the different kind of languages. You're trying to learn the logic of it all. Um, then don't get too focused on trying to make something fantastic right out of the gate. Okay. Um, don't you, okay. So, I want to make sure that, I don't like cause any kind of problems or anything along those lines. I want to make sure that you and anybody else that's kind of watching that um, you want to set yourself up with some goals. Okay. Now you can have a long-term goal, like you want to get to this particular finish line. Okay. And then eventually, from there you want to set yourself up with another goal. Okay. So say like you want to get a goal so that you can like get a job in programming industry or something along those lines. Okay. But if you're like right at the starting line, like you haven't coded a single line of code or something like that, then thinking that you're going to get to the professional level of coding, tomorrow, not not necessarily an easy attainable goal. Um, so what you want to do is you want to kind of start breaking things up a little bit. Okay, break your large goal into smaller goals, something that you can kind of accomplish as you move along. Okay, it could be just as simple as, I don't understand what for loops are like. I'm gonna take the next couple hours and learn what for loops are all about. I had a few jobs doing programming. Our problem is that I suck at it. Okay. Um, the Yeah, I'm kind of in the same boat, unfortunately. First job that I had, the company closed its stores, so I didn't stay there for very long, and that was like only 3 months. And the second job that I had, I stayed there for the year for their yearly contract, but they didn't want to renew on me. So um, those were like the only two professional jobs that I've actually had. Uh, so uh, the problem is that I don't know what you might be kind of facing where you feel that um, where your limitations are. Is it just a matter of trying to remember, what kind of methods that you want to bring about? Are you having a problem with like big O notation? You know, when it comes, you know, um, just saying that I suck at it um, doesn't really address the problem. You know, um, you're it's um, that's too broad of a scope. You know, when you're thinking, oh man, I just kind of suck at programming. I love it, but I kind of suck at it. Well, figure out where where the problems are. Try to isolate each of the problems that you feel that you might be having. Like, uh, do you have a problem with um, just the kind of the logic itself? Are you trying to um, figure out one of the problems that a lot of people have is the um, there's so many different programming languages that are out there, and everybody feels like they want to be like, be able to kind of cover the entire scope of all the languages. And let's face it, there's a ton out there. Um, so, um, so the um, the you in some ways, it's nice to have like some amount of understanding for all the languages that you might be seeing out there. But let's face it, you might not see all the languages out there. Like, my first job was concerning um, C and C++, but my second job was a completely new language that I've never dealt with before. It was called Cold Fusion. It's a dying language, so don't bother looking it up, okay? Um, the company that owns it now is is pretty much ignoring it, so it's letting it kind of fall to the wayside. It's eventually gonna die out completely. Um, but I mean, unless the company suddenly sprang back to life and said, you know what, this is actually a pretty good language. We should uh, return back to Cold Fusion and build it back up to where it needs to be. I don't really know. But that was the last language that I really focused in on. That I was kind of working on a daily basis on that. Um, so um, that might be my problem too. Currently, I program maybe in too many languages: Java, JavaScript, TypeScript, and their frameworks. Um, Cold Fusion, the one from Adobe. Yeah, I believe Adobe is the current holder of it right at the moment. So um, I forget exactly which company owned it prior, but you know, when Adobe acquired it, they didn't keep with the maintenance of it. They didn't really keep expanding upon it, building upon it. You know, it's a decent language, um, because it kind of combines SQL inside of, um, I believe it was more of a functional language than a object-oriented language, if I remember correctly. Um, but the um, but it had some power to it, but because Adobe just basically said, nah, we don't really care about it all that much. They just kind of let it go. Now, that might have changed in the past year or two. Who knows? I don't really know. I haven't really kept track of it, but um, when when I was let go, they were considering moving the website that I was working on, the client's website. They were planning on moving that to another language altogether. So, um, it might be a great language, but I'm seeing many job openings for developers doing that. Yeah, it's a fairly niche market nowadays. Um, so it's one of the reasons why I say it's a dying language. So, um, or it's already dead. It's just, or there might be people that might still try to use it, but they really need to put a nail in that coffin if Adobe doesn't um, continue with it. So it's all JavaScript, Java, C Sharp as far as I can see. Well, don't be too sure on that, because um, there's still applications out there for C++, for example. A lot of companies still use C++. Python is another one that there we go. Sorry, my headset likes to um, give out on me. It doesn't register the output from my mic as something that's saying, hey, it needs to stay active. My headset's weird. Um, I need to actually have, sound coming on there. But I have music playing. I can't, because of copyright, play said music. Sorry. Um, I eventually upload all these videos to my YouTube channel, so um, I'm not. I'm just describing job offerings I've seen in my area. Ah, I gotcha. I gotcha. Um, I'm just describing some of the languages that I've seen. Um, it all depends on um, where you live, I guess. Um, if you're like living in like large metropolitan areas such as like New York or Los Angeles, for example, then you're going to be seeing a wide range of different languages out there. But if you're dealing with, a smaller-ish city, then yeah, you're probably going to be seeing a less variant for the languages. So yeah, the music. That's why I got into coding my own music to avoid copyright strikes. Yeah. Um, so, um, the so you know, for if I were you and you mentioned the fact that you've already kind of done a couple of jobs already. Um, figure out, um, you know, take, figure out if they said anything to you in particular, like, um, were you having trouble trying to understand the language that they were trying to give you? Were you shy on a particular, like, were you having trouble trying to figure out the logic of a particular language? Were you having problems with um, not knowing a language? Like for example, I don't know SQL. I don't know database design, so I never took that back in college. So therefore, I never had that. I don't have that on my resume, kind of thing. Um, but obviously, I'm willing to kind of learn that. But I don't have like a formal training on that. Um, so try to figure out, you know, were they saying, hey, you're just not getting the projects done on time? Okay, was that a common one? Then if that's the case, um, then it might be more something that you might want to work on, like maybe do more typing exercises. Get yourself like super fast on when it comes to just typing, so that you can just kind of look at the screen and just keep on typing away and not have to worry about the button presses. Okay, so you're just kind of slowed by um, what you can think. Okay, um, maybe um, um, maybe it could be along the lines of um, you like maybe your companies didn't really give you any kind of like UML, for example. Like they just kind of said, "Hey, we want you to do this project. Go at it." Okay. Maybe that was the thing. Okay. Maybe they basically said, "I need you to build, um, I want you to build a couple of classes for our client," but they don't give you like too much of the requirements. Maybe you need to kind of work on figuring out like structure or something like that. Look into like UMLs and you know one of the problems that a lot of coders have is they they start kind of coding up the classes and the functions and stuff like that without really knowing any kind of what the structure should be kind of looking like. Um, they just kind of code randomly, and they code themselves into a corner. Like they program out a function that um, that might work for like a small um, it might just kind of work for that one instance, but like it's not polymorphic. You can't reuse it elsewhere. Okay, and you really need it to be, for example. So, maybe it might be along the lines of maybe you need to kind of work on figuring out structures a little bit better. You know, um, just to tell you my situation, I got fired CCA a month ago because of COVID. They did let go almost everyone at the company. Yeah, and that's one of the hardships of today. Right at the moment, a lot of businesses are failing right at this moment in time, and um, so I want to ask you about your streaming software. See that you use in Streamlabs. Do you prefer it to OBS, or did you even try the OBS? So, um, one of the one of the problems that I had with OBS was the fact that, um, I wanted to kind of set up with, um, I wanted to have um, like a layout, start screen and end screen, so on and so forth. But I'm not an artist, so um, I was looking at other people, making these fantastic art pieces, saying, the stream is starting, they have the animations and the like. And here I am going, I want to get into streaming, but I don't actually have anything for myself. I wanted to kind of do like, hey, I'm starting up a stream. Here's a couple minutes of it. Here's my ending minutes of it. Um, so I found Streamlabs, and while I've heard that Streamlabs isn't streamlined, like it has a lot of fluff to it, that it slows things down. So OBS might be better with that overall. Um, I did Streamlabs because I could actually have some of the overlays to it, some of the um, some of the additional like tools that it kind of shows inside Streamlabs itself. So that's kind of why I picked Streamlabs. Um, but if you enjoy one over the other, then um, I'd almost say, if you're interested in streaming, which I mean, obviously you're already kind of doing streaming, so I mean, um, just because you rated me, um, if you just enjoy OBS the way it is, then keep on using it, man. Um, if you want to check out Streamlabs. Use it for a day or two and see how it feels for you. Um, you know, there's nothing wrong with trying out the different types of software that's out there for that. But I'm gonna have to close on out here, man. I'm already kind of going well over my normal time on this. Um, I mean, I don't do any kind of editing when I upload these to my YouTube channel, so normally 4 hours is already too much for most people to do. So I'm getting close to 5 hours here, so I'm gonna have to close on down here. Um, I mean, if you want to keep on talking with me, you're welcome to come on back and we can chat. But obviously during the rest of the week, I just kind of play some games, just kind of keep myself um, uh, keep myself sane during all this. So, um, yeah, but I'm just gonna go into my normal spiel here. So, all these videos, all these streams that I do are eventually uploaded to my YouTube channel. So feel free to check that out if you like. Got a link down below for that. I also have links to my Discord, my Patreon, and my Twitter account down below on my Twitch about page. I also include them in the description of my YouTube videos, so feel free to check out any of those if you're interested. Um, uh, I have a schedule of everything that I do on this streaming channel down below on my Twitch about page, so you can check that out and see um, if you're interested in any of the games that I play during the week, as well as these coding streams that I do every Sunday. Um, stop on by on any one of those particular days if you're interested, or, you know, um, chat with me at that point. I stream daily from 2 to 6 p.m. obviously it's like going a little bit beyond 6 p.m. right now. It's 6:45 PST. So stop on by during that window of time. Say hi in the chat if you want, or don't. It's perfectly fine if you just want to lurk. Um, so, um, yeah, I'll have to check you out as well. They're professional. Um, see what you were doing earlier today. So I do appreciate the raid, man. It really does help. So, um, hopefully I helped you out in some fashion or another. Um, I don't know what your situation is like. I know for me it's just a matter of lack of experience. So, I'm hoping that um, the job that I have upcoming in February, hopefully, um, will kind of help me build as a programmer. Um, but we'll see. We'll see what happens then. But that's where we're going to go ahead and call it for tonight. So thank you very much for watching. I appreciate it. Hopefully I'll catch you next time. But until then, have a good night. Stay healthy, stay safe. I'll catch you strangers next time. Oh, I almost forgot. Um, I want to shout out everybody that kind of stopped on by today's stream. So, Young, thank you for stopping by. Jonathan, Shadow Suburbia, Jedi, and of course, Professional. Thank you for stopping on by, man. I appreciate it. Hopefully, I'll catch you next time. So, take care, and I'll see you then.